That's an interesting boot up sound there for the game. I didn't know AC3 had that. But Arnie appears everywhere he pleases, apparently. But yeah, welcome back. And happy weekend to everyone. We're gonna be playing some more AC3 today as part of the historic order run. Gonna carry on where we left off the other night, which is still pretty much where we left off before the short stream break. But yeah, we're just about to finish with this current sequence, which is sequence 6. Just gonna double check real quick. Yep, sequence 6. And then it's about to get really deeper into the American Revolution here, with you know, the Battle of Bunker Hill, Lexington and Concord, the Midnight Ride with Paul Revere, and yeah, quite a few really notable historical events. But we're also gonna carry on with the assassination contracts across the colonies, and of course also pushing forward some of the Homestead storylines. Last time we finally unlocked our inn, which in turn, you know, unlocks quite a few other different Homestead stories. Hello there, Maxi. Welcome in, dude. And good day to you. Happy weekend. And how's it going? I hope you had a good week. Hello there, Dr. Darling. Welcome in as well, dude. Get to the Achilles.
Used to be when people talked about the end of the world,
Yeah, we're gonna listen to William another time. That's what William should have really said there. It's basically what he says, like the whole 5-minute rant in like reduced to like 5 seconds. That's what it sounds like. Like sped up so much that it, you know, is down to 5 seconds. Very nice, Maxi. That's good to hear. And yeah, doing quite well. Was a pretty busy week, not gonna lie. Kind of like, you know, getting back from like the whole travel and like immediately, you know, getting back into like, you know, work and stuff. But yeah, I'm all the more glad now that it's a weekend and I can just kind of like relax a bit. But yeah, like flying and stuff can definitely be a bit tiring, I feel like. I haven't actually flown that much yet in my life, so those kind of travels still kind of like get to me a bit. I still feel bad about the homesteaders asking Connor for help, and I can't actually help them yet because in the timeline it's supposed to happen later. I'm so sorry. Just gonna double check again when that burglar mission is actually gonna happen. Well, to be fair, technically this takes place in 1775. It doesn't really specify exactly which month, you know, exactly. But it's too funny letting him wait. I'm just gonna stick to my chronology here.
Where is Charles Lee?
Oh yeah, Maxi. Yeah, that's understandable. But I hope you can at least, you know, relax on the weekend a little bit. Hello there, Afro. Welcome in, dude. Yeah, still looking for Charlesley. Maybe we're gonna see him in Concord. Okay, so one of the next missions we have to do here is the third pack leg mission. And we're still missing a few trinkets here before we can actually get the next letter to unlock the next pack leg mission. So we're gonna just grab the ones that are in the Homestead area here. I didn't really get very far, to be honest, Afro. I didn't really stream for super long. That was kind of like a very conversation-heavy stream. So I only played like a few missions. But we're almost done now with sequence 6. At least we have done all the main missions in sequence 6. So I guess technically we have reached sequence 7, and today we're gonna do the midnight ride and all that. Also, 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I had a phone call there. This recruit level grind is sure taking its sweet time for you. They keep failing their missions. Damn you, French cleaver dude. You know, it's really funny because that's my experience with Stefan as well. You know, in every previous playthrough, since he's like the first assassin you get, right? Your chance is typically the worst, so he's the one kind of like seemingly, you know, succeeding the least amount of times. But in this playthrough, Stefan has been absolute clutch for me. Like, he hasn't failed a single mission, I don't think, yet. Which is really untypical for my AC3 playthroughs. Like, he's constantly getting injured. Usually.
Chiller! Chiller! Ba, ba, ba.
Hello there, Schiller. Welcome in, dude. Ahoy. I'm doing very good, thank you. Doing very good since Hertha also won. The 5th time in a row. And this is really cool.
Yes, very good.
The fact that independent from
For many years.
Yes, quite right.
It makes me a bit thirsty.
Swinging a hammer is thirsty work.
Très bien. We deserve a small drink, mon ami.
you know, the fact that you have independent from the missions, actual dialogue and interactions between the homesteaders.
Need more oil.
And every different kind of like activity that they're doing, you can, you know, track for a total of 3 to kind of like study what they're doing. But yeah, how are things for you, Schiller? Hope you're having a nice Saturday so far. And yeah, thank you. Honestly, it's I don't really recognize my Hertha anymore. It's kind of funny too, right? Because expected expected point wise, and standing in the like table, Hertha would actually have to be like last place. But they're like so efficient, and Tjag Ernst has been such a good goalkeeper that they've been, you know, performing much better than the statistics at least would have said. But I guess also showcases that statistics can be quite relative. Is there an outfit glitch in the original where the bottom part of Connor's coat shows red accent instead of blue? I don't think so. I haven't at least noticed an outfit glitch like that. So far, at least it hasn't happened. Thank Minerva for not including the encyclopedia in the 100% sync. It's definitely quite a time-intensive process. Like in this case, you know, Norris is taking his sweet time to return to his home. And even once he's arrived at the home, he might do anything but an actual productive activity. Oh, very nice, Sheila. That sounds really nice. I definitely also get more in the mood of like those kind of like, you know, hearty, kind of like warm dishes for sure. Recently we made some nice Japanese curry with like katsu chicken. With also like, you know, having some of those kind of like Christmassy spices and stuff. So it's definitely quite nice around this time of year when it's getting like quite cold. Oh damn, I didn't realize that Dortmund was playing against Stuttgart today. Is that the like top game tonight? Or do they play at 5:30? At 15:30? How do you look up society-specific challenges in AC3? I think that's in the map, right? You have on the left side kind of like a selection. So for example, for the hunting society, you can check in this tab which animals you have found and successfully hunted in each area. Ah yeah, and then you have a logbook down here. And within the logbook you have like the Boston Brawler, and then you can look at the challenges. And kind of like your current progress. And that also goes for the Hunting Society, the Frontiersmen, and all the other stuff here. Even for like delivery requests. Yeah, you even have like a pretty neat overview for the Encyclopedia of a Common Man. Fast forwarding sequence to a more recent one. Yeah, that quote is definitely locked in my mind from AC1. Especially with that kind of like Animus sound, like the loading sound of the Animus. They definitely do chiller. Yeah, they really hit different, and I definitely also tend to more crave them, you know. Like I really like Japanese curry, but it's not a dish I would, for example, prefer to have like in the summertime or something. So 15:30 then. That's surprising. It sounds like the type of game that would be likely to be like a top game. So hey there, Malaki McSheen, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. So we gotta find a way up here. I think you have to kind of climb from this side here.
Ja, Mann.
Yeah, the UI and the menu is a bit contrived in this game, I would say. If it wasn't from 100% playthrough, then I probably still wouldn't have fully checked, you know, all the kind of like menus that the game actually has. It's not the most accessible game, maybe. What the fuck?
Ja, Mann.
Okay, so since we kind of talked about the assassination contracts here, and Stefan, let's attempt the Quebec Act yet again, because it seems like we failed 2 times there. And in New Hampshire we have stockpile. A massive stockpile of weapons and powder has gone missing. The very couriers we just apprehended still managed to get the information back to whoever was waiting for it. Try and track down the munitions whereabouts. During cutscenes, yeah, gonna have a look if it happens. But there might just be like a remastered exclusive. The thing is, I'm not sure if maybe it has to do with the regular outfit for Connor not being able to change color in the original game. Because if you have like another dye, like the Philadelphia or New York dye for Connor's outfit, then there won't be displayed in cutscenes in this game. But they did fix that for the remaster. So I'm not sure if it maybe has to do with that. Oh yeah, there's a lot of wolves in that one. That last peg leg mission. But yeah, it could be, you know, maybe they made it a bit more difficult. Being like the last mission there. Okay, we will need at least another trinket from another place here. So how about we go to the frontier and have a look there for a few. Why does it give only 5% for sending another assassin? I have a feeling they might didn't want to make it like a guaranteed success or something. Because in Brotherhood you were likely to do that kind of thing to get like a guaranteed 100% success rate. So maybe, I don't know, they wanted to make it like trickier. Be right back. Alrighty. Let's make our way to the frontier here. Oh, run, get to the frontier. To the left, Connor. To the left. Ah, yeah, my favorite mission in this game. Sitting on a horse with Paul Revere who yells in your ear where to go. Oh, we actually have a new conversation at Connor's village. I do like getting them whenever they're available, because Connor's away so much from the village, but it's a nice kind of like thought that he's returning, you know, periodically to kind of like check on his people and see how they're doing. Yeah, thank you for the hint, game, but I'm actually not allowed to fast travel.
Yung weza ne agunga jata deka.
Unde nada nega ti jetsia ja dujes.
Nyarde.
Ajo, rekte za nigur hare.
Oh na yawa ne doga don tumne. Oh na yawa ne doga zaha ezoradi. Ogwada musada tunge. Zaha ne ya yung gwada dawina daunge. Giga na hoda ne yung gwad nigun harha.
Dosa zahterum. Iyan kaya ta nigur rane unjun kweta suma.
Next ya the gayeri keko. Ang zujo dasera. What say kunta zidinitaro?
You where's tisha gunga? Arahaja jikaskanex zahayot gade onda se.
Agwe guga yu yene raja.
Skana eganti naheshi tawa heyune Johnson. Next year.
Una awa ne.
Doch garat ni hadi de honat ni gut hare. Wasagor harat stanti asagoyat danustade. Danu on de sagon he. Di ona yahka an desres ya de zungoya distum. Danu ona tigana da denu to di tarahwa di jarhat saga on tudaro we.
Ronu hane e ya tang hodiri wayan da ze. Tigayana de rona tahidake ne unjun kweta suma.
Huh, gariwe siungo da jak to darhane. Rodinu shuni danu ne oya ganyak ke haga danu agwego oya ungwa shuna. Ya tagatka we jina hoda yungwa deri hunde next ji se wajera sya takweni dagadachta stene ageri wanundu.
Ne jori wazi unjun ha ak idewade. Sa oyera ne tam tayuno tunyungo tanu tayun nikur hara. Nekti te dohum zohum aidewa satstege.
Ori huio di de yodo hunta denyo nana geri wanuta danu ize sesket ni guhra serunis.
I like how she's interrupting Connor. She's scolding you more often. She's like, come on, dude. But damn it, the Quebec act just doesn't wanna succeed, it seems. Stefan was injured. I guess I jinxed it earlier when I was saying that Stefan has been, you know, so good of an assassin. I can only blame myself. Hello, the assertive. Welcome in, dude. And good day to you. Happy weekend. And thank you also for the 5 stream streak. Yeah, damn Stefan. Why can't you just succeed?
Ejo dashket ni guru ne aganu tunyongo. Ejo di wejo di niyo di washene gahterunda ne. Yora je di de gungarne ne.
It definitely is. Yeah, like the whole streak system. Reminds me of like Duolingo. It's like log on every day to keep your streak. Like every day I'm getting like reminder emails from Duolingo like, don't lose your streak now. Okay, we're just gonna make our way to another trinket here. Keeps failing a mission for you in Rhode Island. Maybe Rhode Island and he just don't get along very well.
Whoa.
Gotcha, assertive, yeah. Some of the notifications in Twitch are really finicky. We also failed the other mission. Okay, my assassins are both injured now. Never mind. Gotta wait until they're fully regenerated again.
Some folks were fixing to settle on a plot not far from here. Seems a big black bear with a taste for human blood settled there first. Bring the beast down and some good people would be grateful.
Another mercenary. So you died! I want it stopped! Now!
Hello there, White Monk. Welcome in. You still like this game. The only thing that put you off was his morning. The one thing that you loved, the brutally style. That's definitely fair, yeah. Sometimes, you know, it can definitely be a lot if you like constantly hearing all those noises from a character. But yeah, I do love the brutal style that Connor has in combat. It's very satisfying to play with and also to see.
Requiescat in pace.
Am I going to explore the frontier for God of War for the challenge? No. Not gonna unfog everything. Also, that I make my own luck was a bit quiet there. Let me trigger one for you again.
I make my own luck, Liam.
Calma.
Alrighty. So much to that. Let's return to the homestead and then we can grab the last 2 trinkets there. Yeah, I don't want to fast travel there. To unlock the next pack leg mission here. Do you parry the knife dudes instead of countering? You have to do the counter A, kind of like disarm move, I believe. I tried to do like regular counter Q and that didn't work.
Yama.
Exactly, White Monk. There was a short introduction there.
Yama.
Ah, sorry, Afro, yeah, I thought you meant the other guys. But they have regular, like, knife guys you have to counter. Yeah, counter kill. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, Maxi. The Lurker 2 in full effect there.
Thank you.
Oh, nice. Got another trinket here. Definitely should be getting the trinket map soon. Okay, so this is underground, is it? Okay, Connor, you can do this. See, it's not like we're playing Shadows or anything. That would have been a prime example in Shadows where you couldn't climb something, where you were like constantly sliding down. Instead, there's like so many mountains and like really dense forests and tons of bushes that you have to like always navigate through. If you're like not sticking to the, you know, main paths at least. Oh yeah, Maxi. I mean, that's totally fair, to be honest. You know, sometimes you don't feel games, and forcing oneself to kind of like just finish it for the sake of it, even if you're not having fun, you know. Especially if you're not having like a huge amount of time to play. I feel like it's definitely not a bad call to kind of like just, you know, play things you actually feel like playing. So is there like another game that you might feel more like playing?
Yo, Borg, we heard you like subs cookhoundens.
I do like subs. I like subscribers even more. But not as much as followers though. Hello there, Oliver, welcome in, dude. And good day, happy weekend to you. How is it going? And thank you so much, dude, for the 10 months of resubbing as well. But does pairing even work in AC3? No wonder they dropped it for Black Flag. The counter's just better. How do you mean pairing? I thought you were kind of like talking about just regular countering. Or do you mean like where you hold the counter button, I guess, and it kind of like just deflects the incoming attacks? Watch Dogs 2, you think? You really enjoy the first one, and you and Rod really like the second, you believe? Absolutely, dude. The second Watch Dogs is such a fun time, honestly. They really stepped up the hacking opportunities as well, so that's a really fun aspect of it. And in general, it's like, you know, pretty light-hearted kind of game, which can be really nice as well sometimes. It's such a fun one, and San Francisco is beautiful. Like a really fun place to explore too. Gotcha, Oliver. That's definitely fair, but I hope that work is going well so far. Hope it's not too busy on a Saturday. And that you also have a nice lunch. That's parrying, that's what the game calls it. Like how the captains and knife dudes parry you. I gotcha, yeah. I kind of thought it was deflecting. Since I'm kind of like used to deflecting from like the Ezio games, because that's what they call it there. But I can be a bit like definitely game dependent, you know, how they call certain systems. I guess my association with parry is often that it's kind of like an impact move on the enemy. You know, that they get like kind of like stunned a little bit or something. But I guess that's just because of how, you know, games like the Dark Souls games or Clair Obscur or something. Or like, for example, in the newer Assassin's Creed games, you know, parrying is often associated with creating an opening into the enemy. Whereas deflecting is just like, yeah, you don't get to hit me, but you're not really losing on momentum or anything too much. But yeah, I mean, if a game calls it parrying, then according to this game, it's parrying. Every game might have its own definition there. Ubisoft, what is parrying? A concept they still haven't understood. Oh yeah, Maxi. I think if you enjoyed Watch Dogs 1, then there's definitely a good chance you're gonna have a good time with the second two. But yeah, I love both games so much. I can't wait to actually play them again. If I ever get to like modern times, then I would like to play them in the timeline when they're actually set, you know, which is like 2014 and 16 or something. Or 13 and 16, something like that. Definitely have a decent amount of like, you know, real-world event references. And a bit of social commentary. Oh, very nice, Dr. Darling. So, gonna get the PSU, CPU cooler and a case soon. So you will be missing keyboard and GPU, that's in 3 months. But that's really good progress there on the build. I mean, the GPU, you know, might be like the biggest expense, but it's really good that you have like all the other stuff already. Plead to the Lee. Arctic the Lee. Hello over Arctic, welcome in dude, and good day to you. Happy weekend. And how's it going? How is Ghost of Yote going with the Leafer challenge? Well, I shouldn't even be saying challenge, right, because it's way too easy for you. Lead to the PP, oh baby. Exactly, Oliver. Exactly. Nice mode there. Too easy. Give Arctic a challenge. Getting your ass kicked. Yeah, I definitely imagine that the Leafer challenge might be more difficult than it was in Ghost of Tsushima. Just because of how fast paced some of the combat is and how much is happening. And I also reckon that the duels are also quite tricky. That was definitely the hardest part in Tsushima with the Leafo. It's, you know, kind of like the one-on-one duels, and yeah, I mean, you don't need quite as many hits to get to the enemy, but sometimes you would yourself die in like 1 or 2 hits easily. So like if you manage to not sustain like one combo of an enemy, it's like game over.
Yeah, man.
Slow and painful. It does look quite a bit faster, which definitely doesn't help with a lethal difficulty. At the start you're one shot and after huge progress you are a 2-shot. Yeah, that was my experience as well early on with Tsushima. I mean, it's also really intense and fun, I feel like, you know. But you have to be like so on your toes and really like watch every enemy step and, you know, play a bit more careful. You can't just like YOLO it. But if you're fighting like lots of enemies, it can definitely be a lot. But I do like with a challenge how methodical you have to kind of like be sometimes.
What's he got this time? Let me see, let me see. A veritable bounty! Shiver me timbers! That'll earn you one of these trips to be sure.
I will be back for the rest.
Alrighty, that's the third Pegleg letter. To Hendrik van der Hoyo. Sounds like Dutch, that name. You have to be smart while fighting an insane reaction, but so satisfying when you get out of it. Okay, absolutely. Especially when you also have been struggling with a fight, you know, and you have to do it like a few times and coming out the other end unscathed, or mostly unscathed. Can definitely get that heart rate up though. Hendrik, you are my most trusted advisor and closest friend, and I pray this found you safely. You know what it is I had, and you know the power it holds. They thirst for it. I know not where, who they are, but I now know for certain they're not after me in the name of any crown. There's something else, something secret, something relentless, something with resources beyond measure, something that frightens me like nothing else I've encountered in this life. I'm holed up on a farm just outside Boston, trying my most desperate and last-ditch attempt to rid myself of them, for it cannot fall into their grasp. I sent you the last piece of my precious scroll that leads me to where I stowed it. Hold it for me. They are upon me. If I come out the victor, I will find you. If not, die with it. Captain William Kidd. So he's of course talking about the Templars seeking the piece of Eden that he's holding, which is that anti-magnetic ring that can, for example, protect you from like gunshots, because it creates like a anti-magnetic field around you. I think so too, Arctic. Yeah, it does look more realistic in a way, you know. The fact that like one, you know, kind of like strike directly on the body, you know, could be enough to kind of like at least get you to a state where you have to be finished. It's like more realistic and it does look better as a result, I think. When you don't have to hack people into like 20 pieces before they die. I kinda wish more games have that kind of difficulty, you know, like a glass cannon, which also applies to the enemies. Huh. Never mind. So I thought that would be the next Pegleg mission that we have to do according to the timeline, but it's not the one we're looking for. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, I reckon, but it's the next Peg Leg mission then. What do I mean? We're looking for the runes at Saros Peg Leg mission. And we haven't unlocked it yet. The next one is the ghost ship. So I reckon we have to find another 10 trinkets or so before we get to that Peg Leg mission. But in that case, I'm just gonna keep it as like a passive one for now, because it's not really happening in like a very specific month or anything, so we can do it really at any point during this year. And instead we're gonna move forward here for now. To the next Homestead mission here for Achilles. So is the ghost ship not the next one? According to my timeline, it's taking place in 1776, so we will have to wait another year. We can do it at any point during that, but I'd probably do it around like the winter months, since it's kind of like taking place in like deep winter.
Back again? What do you got for me? You addle boy? That's not near enough!
Okay, let's have a look if my assassins are back and ready again to attempt both missions. Okay, this time Duncan is gonna try this. And the other one is for Stefan. Manor Mysteries.
Connor, come with me downstairs.
Should I search for something to fill that space?
No rush. Eventually the right piece will present itself.
As you wish.
There's a chest in a cave on the edge of the property. Could you retrieve it for me? I would go myself, but these old bones prevent me from getting to it. Take Norris with you. The cave entrance is blocked with heavy stone and will need to be cleared one way or another.
Also, be right back. Alrighty, let's find this chest then. The encyclopedia of a very old man. Contains an outfit only a mother could love. Yeah, it's not my favorite one, I would say. Look-wise, at least. I'm sure it's very functional. Wish Connor's outfit had an origin story of some sort. Yeah, I wouldn't have minded, you know, like more background information either. Sometimes it can also be nice to have a bit of a mystery, but yeah, in that case I wouldn't have minded it.
Boris, I'm going to fetch something for the old man, and he told me there might be some stone that requires clearing.
Yeah? I will bring my explosive. Miriam is interesting.
Certainly not your typical colonial woman. A deadly shot.
She brought down that cougar. She is strong, capable. She has no husband?
Not that I'm aware of.
I never met a woman like her before. I would like to know her better.
You should speak to her then.
I might try. Hey, don't splash. Don't want to get the powder wet. Do you think she likes Frenchmen?
And I was like, I have no fucking idea.
I see why he encouraged me to enlist your services.
Pas de problème. We blow it up. Be my guest. Cover.
Hello Vasekat, welcome in, dude. And good day to you, happy weekend.
Ah, that's a nice one!
Thank you.
Bienvenue. Doesn't look safe in there. Be careful. I'll be at the mine. What you said about Miriam is interesting.
That hair color. Yeah, it looked like there was like sunshine falling on his hair. Even though he was like inside a cave. Exactly, Arctic, that's the best tactic. No speak. Only death. Yeah, not the most stable cave, that's for sure. It's like a cave for Lara Croft here. With the touch of decay, like everything Lara touches gets destroyed. Connor's quite similar in that regard sometimes. Yay, one of my assassins was finally successful again. I thought I'd never see the day again. Hello, Vaogorki, welcome in. And good day. Was it Quebec? I think so. That was the first mission we started. Unless they both return at the same time, yeah. Yeah, the Quebec Act has been successful. And Stefan should return any moment now. Another minute. Mission failed. Classic Stefan. Okay, Duncan Little will have to carry this then. Let's go for the next Quebec mission. The French-Canadian ties. The Templars have contacts in both Montreal and Quebec. Travel to our northern neighbors and investigate the scope of their power. It's really funny because Stefan was like doing really well until I jinxed it earlier. But now he's just failing.
I have what you asked for. I must know who put it there and for what purpose.
I did. I put it somewhere I knew only I could reach, but that was a long time ago.
Who does that belong to?
These were the robes of the first assassin to come to the colonies.
Alrighty.
Knock, knock.
The first assassin of the colonies. Makes you wonder from which year that actually is. Knock, knock. Who's there? Is it an Arnie? Hello, Varot. Welcome in, dude. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. And how's it going, dude? How was your stream today? Hello there, Cody. Welcome in. And good day to you. Thank you for giving a shout out there as well to Rod Maxi. For anyone who hasn't checked out Rod's channel before, definitely highly recommend checking out his link in chat there. He's currently doing a playthrough of AC Brotherhood, celebrating 15 years of the game being released now, which is kind of crazy to think about. And yeah, you were doing like a music focus with Brotherhood, was it? I'm not sure if I remember correctly what type of playthrough you were actually doing for the game. Shade Jam. That's an emote that yet has to be made from someone. But I'm not gonna be the one though. And yeah, me and Connor are doing well. We've been doing a bit of trinket hunting. Trying to unlock the next peg leg missions and getting them, you know, unlocked ahead of time. And yeah, we're now on our way to the midnight ride, and Paul there, sitting on our horse and yelling into our ear where to go. Everyone's favorite mission in this game, isn't it? Was Achilles the first? I don't think so. I think there's some kind of like lore piece that you can read up on about who that assassin actually was. I will have an eye on it if we come across anything to confirm it. But I couldn't really remember right now who it actually is specifically. Hello there, Mita. Welcome in, dude. And happy weekend. How's it going today? And yeah, I'm doing good. Having a nice chill Saturday over here. Definitely looking forward to it. Been like a couple busy weeks over here, so it's nice to just have a nice chill weekend at home. Playing a bit more AC3. And thank you for the lurk as well, Mita. Hope the chores are progressing well. That's a verse of a shout out, Ivarod. More than happy to give you one. Let's write a music tribute for Brotherhood. Very nice, great progress. And to your left, by the way, to your right. Now we're making good time. This is it. We're on the right way. That's really cool, dude. That you're doing a music kind of like tribute for Brotherhood. Such a nice soundtrack the game has. I mean, it has Jesper Kyd as the main composer. For that fact alone, it just has to be, you know, pretty good. So I had another look who that assassin is and what, like who the ropes belong to. And apparently it's John de la Tour is his name. The first assassin to kind of come to the colonies. But he and Achilles worked close together to establish a Brotherhood presence. Like as I mentioned, also with the Caribbean assassins. So yeah. Achilles was definitely one of the first, but that specific outfit belongs to John de la Tour. It really does, Sackhead, yeah. The game looks great. I don't even think it needed like a remaster, to be honest. That's good to hear, Mita. Glad you're doing well. That's also really nice, you know, getting like just a nice lazy Saturday where you don't have to do too much. Oh, very nice, Rod. That sounds really good. Like you're also making really good progress. Especially considering, you know, that sometimes listening to the music like that can mean, you know, having to spend quite a bit more time on certain missions. You know, as much as some of the Leonardo War Machine missions can be annoying for the 100% sync, the music that plays in them is really epic. Especially whenever you hear like the Flying Machine soundtrack. According to Wiki, de la Tour's outfit is a green colonial assassin outfit. It doesn't it look like a bit different in-game than how you see it in the cutscene or something? But yeah, that's the one, like the green outfit belongs to him, I think. Which is also like the outfit from the first assassin or something. Ah, gotcha, Cody. Yeah, I thought you were actually greeting Schiller because he was also in chat earlier. So I think I maybe just missed the message from him or something. But hey, we're both Germans with thick German accents, so it's easy enough to mistake us. The area bomber mission has a great mix of beauty and also action to its music. And then the tank mission has that really good heavy rock sound. That is true. With that really iconic kind of like rhythm as well to the guitar, I think it is. I think that specific rhythm that's being used in those missions was actually one of the inspirations for Zara Shakna for AC Origins and some of the combat pieces. Bit of a kind of like reference to the Ezio games and the combat kind of like rhythms there. For sure, yeah. I do also love how Jesper Kid puts in electronic music and mixes them with like more traditional, you know, instruments. And it's really fitting on like so many levels, you know, like the Animus is also a combination of like modern and historical. So it makes sense to kind of like have the music follow that same kind of like path. Look at that. Duncan Little is doing some work here. Okay, I guess it's time to finish Quebec here. The Templar Information Highway. Our investigations have shown that the port of Montreal has been seized by Templar agents, like the rest. Go to Montreal and bring down the designers of this ubiquitous game the Templars are playing. And in New Hampshire we have yet again stockpile we can reattempt. Julian Casey, who voices Duncan, is also in Deus Ex Human Revolution. Nice one. It's so funny, you know, whenever I watch you play Deus Ex games or like Maxi or whoever might be streaming them at some point. I think Amita is also playing them at the moment. Just so funny, you know, hearing all those Assassin's Creed voice actors at like every turn. It's like, oh, hey, random guard, aka Cesare Borgia. When watching Schiller play Ghost of Tsushima, you heard one of the samurai was voiced by the actor for Charles in Red Dead 2. Indeed, yeah. I remember hearing or reading about it as well, that he was also in Ghost of Tsushima. Which is really cool. I really loved his voice acting in Red Dead Redemption 2 as Charles. Great character that is. One who sticks with you until the end. And he's also one of the first guys of a gang that you do a mission with early on, right? When you kind of like learn about hunting. What do I think of the new Assassin's Creed Mirage update? I haven't played it yet, nor have I played the new DLC. But I have heard about some of the changes being added. It's definitely cool that they are re-adding the menu jump button into the game. However, it's kind of like similar to the eject height increase that they patched into the game, which were all based on like community mods. You know, they have basically gone to the Nexus mod page and incorporated that mod into the main game, it seems like. Which is totally fine in a way, you know, it's definitely nice to see when community efforts, you know, make it into the main game. I kind of wish I were a bit more transparent about it, because I feel like while that mod is great, it reveals that the menu jump like that wasn't really meant to be in the game, because it makes some of the animation look really wonky and like very static. It's still nice, you know, having the opportunity for menu jump. And it's something I think the Assassin's Creed series desperately needs. But it's kind of like very animation based and not really like free flow like, you know, like here you have like a very kind of like sandboxy menu jump thing. But it will never look like this, you know, it will kind of like magnetically attach the character to whatever in front of him. So I feel like in practice it might look a bit weird at times. But from a functional perspective, I still very much welcome the changes that they're doing. And one thing that I would definitely commend the Mirage team for is that they're really listening to community feedback and trying to work on the game becoming, you know, better in the eyes of the fans. So definitely like that a lot. That's true as well, yeah. Was like a nice connection there between, you know, charts and the whole Reigns 4 storyline. I guess I might have also attributed to charts siding less and less with Dutch as well. The way he treated, you know, the tribe. Same here, dude. I think it would be good if they had the means to actually work on like a major AC game, you know, with like a big budget. I wouldn't mind if they get a Quebec spot instead, you know. And get the resources they have on their hands. You have to go V or be a baby, or else I'm a non-Lee. That's impossible, Arctic. You have a definition of a Lee. If you're non-Lee, then everyone is a non-Lee. Alrighty, time to start on sequence 7. And we're gonna jump into the 18th of April, 75. But because it's the midnight ride, it takes, like the mission takes place technically overnight, so it takes place between the 18th and the 19th of April.
I make my own luck.
Do you now? can't Lee. I think we should abandon the RPG for main AC titles and do them as side stories that deal with characters outside the Templars and Assassins. It would definitely be fitting, you know, like if I already want to focus on like different factions that aren't part of the Assassins or Templars,
Staring into space, ain't you?
then it would make sense to kind of like treat them more as side stories to the, you know, universe. And have the main games focus more on the Templar Assassin conflict again. Accurately. Where's accurately? Accordingly. Accordingly to Charles Lee, he's accurately taking a wee.
Ah, Connor! What a relief! You came! Allow me to introduce you to William Dawes and Robert Newman.
Your letter said John Pitcairn was here.
Aye. He's readying an assault on Lexington, where Adams and Hancock have taken shelter. After that, he will march on Concord, hoping to destroy our weapons and supplies. You must help us.
Only tell me where to find him, and I will put a stop to this.
He has dozens, if not hundreds, of soldiers at his command. You cannot hope to match him by yourself. But fear not, for you will not have to. We have an entire army of our own, merely awaiting the order to take up arms.
Then you must call upon them.
Indeed. You and I cross the Charles River and rouse the boys. William, I need you to take the overland route and do the same. Robert, I need you up in Christchurch. Light the signal. 2 lanterns, our enemy comes by sea. No time for dawdling, my friend. We have lives to save. Come on.
It's so awkward how Porover keeps touching Connor. And Connor doesn't want to have any of it. And now he has to share a horse with him.
Huh. They've only left a single horse. We'll have to ride together. Ah! You take the reins, I'll navigate. Quickly, Connor, get on the horse!
It's like, dude, I don't wanna, you know, lose the boat. How about you help me with this first?
I'll guide you towards those we need to alert. Follow my directions, and we'll be done in no time. Left! Go left up here. Left!
Nintendo Wii Lee. That's gonna be the newest console once the Switch isn't successful anymore. And we're returning to the Wii. You sound familiar, Paul Revere. He does, doesn't he? Like he's appeared in the year 2030 something. Or whenever Deus Ex is taking place. Isn't it like the late 20s, early 30s or something? This is getting out of hand. So many Lees. The Charles River, indeed. And that's not gonna be the only time the Charles River is mentioned. Because at the very end, when you actually hunt Charles Lee and you kind of like chase him through Boston, right? And afterwards he kind of like barely escapes. He's actually taking the Charles River to escape. Fittingly for Charles Lee, he's taking that river. Connor's rude for not liking being touched. Yeah. It's like, come on, you know, just relax, Connor. Just let him touch you everywhere. Not like it's potentially a cultural thing, you know. And also the reason that Connor gets here is, you know, a reason he's pretty mad for. which is trying to find John Pitcairn. I mean, he's getting there with the expectation of finding him and potentially killing him, so it's not like too jolly. That's one good thing about this mission, the music, for sure. 2027, yeah. It's always funny, you know, when you have like games or movies taking place in the future, and once you actually get close to that year in real life, you know, and then kind of like comparing, okay, this is how far things have actually advanced or not. Yeah, Zekit. You know, Unity DLC, Imagine War. I would be all down for it, but yeah. That's never gonna happen, unfortunately. Exactly, Rod, you know, that would be super fitting to his character. That's probably the dialogue that we're gonna have in the remake of AC3. We're just gonna make him the charming, everyday man. Yeah, we can hope, but not much more. But hey, hope is something. Paul Revere's right. On the night before the battles of Lexington and Concord, Paul Revere and William Dawes left Boston to warn the countryside where the British regulars were on the march. In particular, they wanted to warn John Hancock and Samuel Adams that the regulars intended to arrest them. Revere left Boston by boat across the Charles River, taking the road across the Charlestown Peninsula. Dawes took the longer land route across Boston Neck. Revere arrived in Lexington first, but Dawes wasn't far behind. Once they had delivered the warning to Hancock and Adams in Lexington, Dawes and Revere decided to continue to Concord to warn people there of the coming raid. They joined up with Samuel Prescott, who was visiting his fiancée in Lexington. Prescott lived in the Concord and so knew the area well. Road trip. The three men were halfway to Concord when they were stopped by a British patrol. Revere was captured, but Dawes and Prescott broke away. Dawes lost his horse and hid in a barn for several hours before sneaking back to Lexington. But Prescott reached Concord to sound the alarm. Good thing they had him take along. Years later, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow would write a poem about the event, which wrote all of the writers into one, Paul Revere, which is why everyone knows his name, and why Revere is so revered. Now that's the name, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Robert Newman was the sexton of Christ Church, known today as the Old North Church, and a personal friend of Paul Revere's. It was Newman who hung the lanterns from church steeple to warn the riders in Charlestown where the British were marching on Lexington and Concord. 2 lanterns indicating that the British were traveling by sea. And because it's a pet peeve of mine, you may have heard that Newman put up the lanterns to warn Revere about the British approach. It's one of those historical details everyone seems to get wrong. Revere already knew about the raid, and in fact had been the one to pass the knowledge on to Newman. The lanterns were meant as a warning to lookouts in Charlestown, a backup in case Revere was caught before he managed to leave town. Please learn this so you can impress girls on first dates, as I do, though they often seem so overwhelmed by it that they rarely call again. That's the power of knowledge, and it's dangerous. Yeah. That's the thing with Sean, you know, he has just too much knowledge. Newman had some difficulty with his clandestine plan though. His family home was serving as a boarding house, and several British officers were staying there. Newman managed to elude them by saying he was tired, going to bed, and escaping out a side window, like something out of a cartoon. His friend, John Pulling, helped him get the lanterns to the top of a tower, while a third man guarded the church door. Newman was later questioned about his actions that night, possibly because a 20-something announcing he's going to bed early is inherently suspicious. But he talked his way out of arrest and fled Boston. When Newman returned to the city, he went back to his old job as a church sexton. As evidence, he took money to show tourists around the church crypt, including displaying the body of John Pitcairn, which might have something to do with Newman being replaced by a new sexton in 1788. Yeah, that's a bit macabre. William Dawes Jr. was a Boston revolutionary and one of the riders sent out to warn Lexington and Concord that the British regulars were on the way the night of April 18th, 1775. The other rider was, of course, Paul Revere, and while Revere took the route across the water to Charlestown, Dawes took the longer route across Boston Neck. He arrived in Lexington shortly after Revere did. Dawes was a tanner by trade. These days he would make a fortune in New Jersey, the amount of tanning that goes on there. And while he wasn't as politically active as Revere, he did wear a homespun suit to his wedding. Now, I know that doesn't sound intensely radical, but at the time it was quite a statement. At the time, the rebels were trying to enforce boycotts of British products, like cloth, and encouraging people to buy American. By advertising his suit was locally made, Dawes was putting himself firmly on the Patriots' side of the equation. He might as well have worn a bowler hat and a mask with a king's face on, though that would have been weird at a wedding.
Left! Keep going! This way, Connor! Excellent! We are right on course! Yes! This is it! This is the way! Excellent! We are right on course! This way, Connor!
So for the full thing here, we can't actually get into conflict, but that also goes not only for us, but also for Paul Revere. So if he ends up getting detected because, you know, his AI is just feeling like it, then we're gonna fail the mission.
Excellent! We are right on course! Yes, this is exact... Redcoats. What are they doing here? To the
They
right,
must be
Connor!
scouts.
To the right! Be careful, Connor. We mustn't let them warn the others. I believe we are on course. I believe we are on course. Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot. This is it! You have got the right place! Let everyone know that the regulars marched for Lexington and Concord.
The British are coming!
Back in the saddle, my friend! We have more people to warn. I believe we are on course. I believe we are on course. I believe we are on course.
I believe we are on course.
Excellent! We are right on course! Did you hear that? Could be redcoats. Careful. To the left! Excellent! We are right on course! Excellent! We are right on course!
What are we on?
Go right, Connor! Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot. Be on the lookout for redcoats. This is it! You have got the right place! Spread the word. The regulars are coming out. At once!
I believe Lee as well. Covering the horses' butts from getting shot. Yeah, he's doing a good job at that. It was the other guy's twin. They're all from the same family. Hey.
Yes! This is it! This is the way!
I'm gonna wait for these guys here to pass.
Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot. This is it! You have got the right place!
I wish I could say cat. I wish I could.
The regulars are coming.
Here! We're here! Get them!
Faster! We need to get away from them! We've got to shake those redcoats! Faster! We need to get away from them! That was much too close for comfort. Let us take care to avoid any further surprises. Yes! This is it! This is the way! Might be safer if we approach the houses on foot. This is it! You have got the right place! Where the devil is he?
Are you sure we are in the right place?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. Prescott?
Evening, gents.
Listen, the regulars are out. You need to rally your men. And, put on some trousers.
At once.
Ah yeah, revolutionaries. We're all the same. Back backseat riding. That's literally what he's doing here, for sure. Samuel Prescott. Ada! Lucinda! Hello, Lucinda. Welcome in. And good day to you. Happy weekend. And yeah, how are things? AC3 is going good. We're just about to get deeper into the American Revolution conflict here. We are just about to have a Lexington and Concord mission. And then it won't be too long until the Battle of Bunker Hill. Samuel Prescott Ada, little known historical figure. I know, right? Don't you learn about Samuel Prescott Ada in history classes in America? Why was a half-naked woman running into the woods? I assume because they knocked on the door and they didn't want to be caught or something. But yeah, she could have at least picked up her clothing, I guess. Hello there, Eline. Welcome in. And good day to you. Yeah, where is Charts? We're still looking for him. But hey, we just crossed the Charts River, so that's a start. Doing well, having some McDonald's McGriddles. Oh, very nice. I do love me a McGriddle. That sounds delicious. I hope you enjoy. When Paul Revere and William Dawes left Lexington on the way to Concord, they were joined by Samuel Prescott, a young doctor from Concord. Prescott was a member of the Sons of Liberty, a natural choice for an anti-British nighttime ride. Prescott was in Lexington that night to visit his fiancée. I assume that's who we saw run off. I guess that explains it then, Sackett. So was his fiancée. I guess they weren't supposed to do that before the wedding. He was intending to return home late, a happy coincidence for Revere and Dawes. Prescott knew the area well, so when the three men were stopped by British troops, it was Prescott who managed to elude his pursuers and reach Concord to sound the alarm. Here's the strange thing, after that night, well, Prescott sort of disappears. I have a record that he may have died as a British prisoner in Halifax in 1777, but it's far from clear-cut. I suppose he could have left Boston with the British on evacuation day, but how he was captured and when, I have no idea. And those are 4 words I never thought I'd say.
Welcome to Lexington, Connor. Now let's find Hancock and Adams. No sign of Dawes. I hope he's all right.
Like O'Connor's just completely silent the entire ride. He like barely says anything. Doesn't want to talk more to Paul Revere than he has to. Who could blame him?
Paul, Connor. Good to see you.
You need to leave. The Redcoats are coming.
Aye, so Williams told us. Let them conduct their little search. They'll find nothing.
You don't understand. Pitcairn intends to kill you.
I'm afraid it's true.
I suppose we have no choice then but to go. What of you three?
Dawes and I will continue on to Concord. Connor, it's best you stay here and help our man John Parker hold the town. It'll give us time to spread the word.
and that finishes the midnight ride. This navigation section was just unnecessary complication. Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely a bit unnecessarily annoying. Especially if you also do the optional objective of not getting detected, which also counts for Paul Revere. Like if he gets detected, then you get detected. John Hancock was a Whig leader in Boston prior to the Revolutionary War and went on to be the president of the Second Continental Congress, which was responsible for creating the Declaration of Independence. All very impressive, but most impressive of all was that his name would live on to be a slang for signature. Now that's a legacy. One day I imagine Sean would be used by children to describe a word very sneer. I can but dream. Hancock was born in Massachusetts, the son of a reverend, but his father died when he was young, and John was sent to live with his uncle in Beacon Hill. Thomas Hancock ran a prosperous shipping business, which John inherited when his uncle died in 1764. Hancock was a noted businessman and probably made at least some of his money smuggling, which he was tried for in 1768, though he was never convicted. He joined the Patriot cause after the Stamp Acts were imposed in 1764. He went on to be one of the instigators of a Tea Party, and in fact after the revolution began, he was such a well-known rebel that when the Boston governor offered clemency to anyone who would lay down their arms, Hancock was specifically left out of the deal. Hancock's probably best known for signing the Declaration of Independence. His signature was the first on the document. Possibly because of that, and possibly because Hancock was known for being extravagant, his name is signed with a flourish, written larger than any of the others. So now in America your signature is sometimes referred to as your John Hancock. And I needn't explain why to some people that sounds a little bit dirty. But I will. It sounds like a penis reference. Thank you, Sean, for that. Smuggling. He did love his smuggling. So much so that he even had to go to court for it. Now that's true love. Yeah, Arctic. Oh, baby. Alrighty, so before we carry on with the next mission here, which is gonna be the Battle of Lexington and Concord, I'm gonna take a break here. And yeah, after the break, we're gonna dive right into the next main story mission here. The first major battle here between the English and the Patriots. To the break, Crooked. To the break. That's what he should have actually said. But I don't think Paul Revere really cares that much for his fellow humans. At least he doesn't care too much for Connor, I don't think. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit, and then we're gonna carry on here with sequence 7.
Where has Charles Lee gone?
Where are you, Charles?
Could use a little extra food, me skirt's slipping.
Now I embalm you with death.
They move not, they stir not, be it done for them as for Osiris. I am Osiris.
غيب position گرفت. Citizens.
Alright. Welcome back to more of AC3 and our historical order run. Back in the year 1775. And yeah, we're just about to get into some pretty major conflicts here, which is the battles of Lexington and Concord. I did also have another look for the runes at Sarah's mission, because I thought it was like a regular peg-leg mission. But actually turns out that it's part of the DLC mission instead. And it's a DLC I actually don't have for the OG version. Kinda assumed it was part of the peg-leg missions, because in the remaster, you know, I could play it. And it's kinda like marked as a peg-leg mission, I think, as well. But yeah, I was definitely a bit confused, because I remember being able to do that quite early in the game. You know, basically as soon as you finish sequence 5, you can play it. But yeah, I had a look, and it's a DLC, so we won't actually be able to play it in this playthrough. But that's alright, I checked it off the list regardless, because we're past the point now. And yeah, gonna carry on with the next main mission here. Thank you, Rod, for welcome back. And thank you, yeah, had a nice good break. Did a bit of tea time. Connor and the Patriots wouldn't actually like that too much. But yeah, I had like the most British tea time with tea and kind of like cookies. When we went to London, we actually took some like British cookies with us, actually. Because some of them we don't get over here too easily. Gotcha, Rod. That's so annoying. You know, that with a server shutdown, it's just not possible anymore to redeem either. Even if you had like a code for it. That would be like tea time. Time to throw it overboard. Connor would be the first one to pick up a crate and throw it over. But please not my TiVo. But I guess that's the advantage of drinking a lot of green tea from like Japan and China. It doesn't come from, or it isn't like managed through the UK. So no reason to target my tea, Connor. Yeah, for sure. We left like a bit of extra space in the suitcase that we had with us. So we could actually take some, you know, goodies and like food products and stuff with us. Because the import costs can actually be quite high sometimes if you actually want to get like authentic, you know, brands and stuff from there. John Parker was the captain of the Lexington militia and therefore the man in charge on the day of the battles of Lexington and Concord. Parker was a farmer by trade, but since he'd been a soldier in the French and Indian War, he was placed in command despite the fact that he was quite ill with tuberculosis at the time. Parker went on to join the Continental Army in the siege of Boston, but was too ill to be involved in the Battle of Bunker Hill. Parker died in September 1775. The statue of a Minuteman on Lexington Green is said to be a representation of him, though since there are no known pictures of Parker, the resemblance is sketchy at best. It's the thought that counts. Yeah, with tuberculosis, you know, you wouldn't make it that far. You immediately have to think of Arthur Morgan.
Stand your ground, men! Don't fire! Unless fired upon! But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here!
Pitcairn.
Disperse, you damn rebels! Lay down your arms and disperse!
What the deuce are you doing? Hold your position! Cravens! Traitors!
They are not coming back. We will have to make do with those who remain.
Don't you lecture me, Honor. Return fire! Return fire! You need to get to Concord and warn the others. Show this to whoever leads there. Should be a man by the name of James Barrett. Go on now!
Come on, we'll meet up with the others in Concord!
Arthur, yeah. That's one moment I'm not looking forward to playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
Das ist zu Deutsch Scheiße!
But there's many others I'm looking forward to, wo? Parker should have moved to his country club in California. Yeah, I think the warmth and the sun would have definitely helped him.
They send bambini to do a man's work?
You always thought this guy sounded drunk. I think that's just the Scottish accent that John Pitcairn has. Immediately sounding drunk. Hey, Manuel Paleologus.
Charles Lee?
He's also the main villain in the first Splinter Cell. Ah, is he? That's really cool. Yeah, I think I remember you actually mentioning him in your recent playthrough, actually, of Splinter Cell. The voice actor. Barrett? Don't you mean Barrick? Ah, dear. That guy in Origins, you know, who's like coming up with all kinds of names for bike except bike. He's not even consistent in his, you know, wrong pronunciations. Ocelova Seraph, welcome in. Thank you for summoning the German. The more I light my lighter, the lighter my lighter gets, until it's too light to light. Je leichter mein Feuerzeug wird, desto leichter wird mein Feuerzeug. Bis es so leicht ist, dass es zu leicht ist, um zu leuchten. So the thing is, lighter isn't really, it's like another word. It's not really related to, you know, leuchten or Licht in German. So it's not quite the tongue twister that you might have hoped for. I meant John Parker, the Patriot General. Yeah, I think that's the tuberculosis that I play. But who knows, maybe he was also drinking. I wouldn't blame him. You know, having to fight there and having to lead the groups while having tuberculosis. And being like almost dead, really. I mean, this is April and he dies like 5 months later, pretty much. I love how when Bike at the final time goes to correct him but gives up. He thinks about it and then it's like, it's not worth it. I'm not gonna see this guy anyways again. You'll be able to redeem German summonings that will benefit everyone soon, especially you. The soon is trademarked. When Thomas Gage sent British troops to Lexington and Concord, He picked Pitcairn for the job, figuring the rebels would listen to him when it came time to talk. Instead, Pitcairn was man in charge when his Marines killed 8 militiamen at the Battle of Lexington, starting the Revolutionary War, severely damaging his reputation as a peacemaker. Multiple deaths can do that. Pitcairn's report on the battle said he had ordered his men not to fire unless the rebels fired first, but that didn't stop the rumors that he had commanded the attack. History has taken a kinder view. Pitcairn's now considered, as one patriot described him, a good man in a bad cause. Lexington is a small farming community and the site of the first battle of the American Revolution started. No, I'm not being overly dramatic, the first battle took place on Lexington Green. On the morning of April 19th, 1775, British regulars passed through Lexington on the way to Concord, looking for hidden rebel weapon cages. The Lexington militia, led by John Parker, formed up on the village green, probably more in a show of resistance than because they were expecting a real battle. The militia was badly outnumbered, about 70 of them to 700 British soldiers. John Pitcairn ordered the rebels to disperse, and they might have done so, except somebody fired a shot. And then everyone started firing, those that weren't running, that is. Several militia members were killed, the rest retreated. The British moved on toward Concord, though they would be harassed by the Lexington militia again on their return to trip towards Boston. Lexington's town motto is now, "What a glorious morning for America," though it's possible it didn't seem like one at the time. Firing guns and the running away since 1775 might have been a nice alternative. Every town needs a bumper sticker. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like it could still apply nowadays to the United States. Nothing much changed, eh? On the night of April 18th, 1775, British regulars left Boston on the way to Concord to raid rebel weapon stores. The intent was to make a quick raid, defuse rebel plans to attack the British, and capture instigators John Hancock and Samuel Adams. Unfortunately for the British, the result was the beginning of the American Revolution. In other words, this battle was a complete disaster for the British, and that's not a sentence with which I'm 100% comfortable. The rebels had been tipped off about raids weeks before. They'd already moved most of the weapons the British were looking for. The night before the battle, Paul Revere and William Dawes brought word that the British were on the way, so by the time the regulars marched into Lexington near dawn, the local militia was waiting for them. Nobody knows who fired the first shot. The British blamed the rebels and vice versa, but in the end, the Lexington militia was badly outnumbered and retreated, and the British moved on to Concord. By most reports, the British were polite in Concord, which I'm sure their mothers would have been delighted to hear about. All apart from one moment, of course, when John Pitcairn threatened the local tavern owner at gunpoint. But to be fair, the tavern owner did know where the weapon cages were. Overall, things didn't really go awry until nearby militia saw some smoke rising above the town. They thought it was on fire and marched in, causing a skirmish at the North Bridge. By the time the British left Concord, more militia had arrived, outnumbering the regulars and raising tensions further. The new troops followed the British along the road, bravely firing at them from behind walls and the cover of trees. There was little the British could do to fight back, and they were tired and mostly out of ammunition. Some of the regulars even broke ranks and fled. For the rest, it was a long walk back to Boston. Rather than dispersing after the battle, the militia gathered outside of Boston Neck, starting the siege of Boston and the beginnings of the Continental Army. Interesting how one single gunshot can, kickstart an entire revolution. but of course it's the sum of events that led to this.
Get moving, men! There's little time! Stick together, boys, and keep the pace! To Concord, lads!
Yeah, that's true, Afro.
Get out! Everyone run!
No, pretty big wars have been instigated as a result.
They've taken my brother and poor old Robert. We need to do something.
I'll wait you ready to see what happens.
I've got a surprise for that lobster!
The North Bridge. This was the site of one of the first skirmishes in the Revolutionary War. During the Battle of Concord, about 90 British soldiers held this bridge, while several hundred rebel militiamen gathered on the hill nearby. The British were expecting resistance from disorganized farmers, so when the rebels advanced in a very military manner, the British panicked. Angry farmers are terrifying at the best of times. Officers gave conflicting orders, the British formation broke, and the soldiers ran away. The original bridge was torn down in 1788, and a new bridge was built nearby. Of course, it's been rebuilt several times. The image of a British turning tail is excellent fodder for historical reenactments, which Americans enjoy reenacting, but which never seem to be reenacted on our side of the Atlantic. Strange, that? Yeah, I wonder why that isn't being reenacted in England. It's ironic that eventually you get the American Civil War. That is true. I've been actually thinking about that recently because I've been, looking up potential additions to the timeline to kind of like fill in some gaps between the 19th and 20th century. And I had to think of the American Civil War in that game that you recommended a while ago, which was North and South, wasn't it? I looked that up again and had a bit of a look at like people's opinions on it, and I didn't really see much gameplay, more like pictures of it. But yeah, we have to think about if I actually end up including a game set in that conflict that might be interesting. I'm gonna have to look up some gameplay for it. We should make a game during that period. Oh wait. It was like an NES game, but very limited in scope, you would say. That's definitely fair, yeah. It's pretty old at this point. It was kind of funny actually, because one of the comments I read about the game was that I actually learned about it in history class. Because the teacher kind of like put in like a TV and an NES, and then they let the students kind of like play the game, kind of like swapping between the students. And they kind of like use that, to actually teach about the American Civil War, or at least to have like, I mean, maybe not teach, I'm not sure how much you can actually learn from it, but I guess to exemplify, historical events on the game. Isn't that a TV show? North and South? Not sure, actually. I haven't heard of one yet. It was called like that.
Blood's been spilled in Lexington, and there's more to come. The regulars are on the march.
You don't say. And why do you think I'm men up here? Go home, before you get yourself killed. I've enough to worry about without some green boy looking to play at hero. I can vouch for him.
John Parker as well. Where's Revere?
Captured.
What?
Fear not. That man's no stranger to sticky situations. He'll be fine. I'm sure of it.
You ladies finished gossiping? Parker seems to believe you're not completely useless, so I suppose there's a thing or two you might be able to help with. When the fighting starts, we'll need to hold those positions there. They're critical to the defense of Concord. Good boys. Not used to soldiering, they need some with the experience to direct them. That's something you can do. You'd best be telling the truth.
You have my word.
Then I suppose all that's left to do is wait.
It's funny because Connor has never commanded or commandeered troops before. He's just improvising and making it up as he goes.
Mount the barricades! No! Ensure my men hold those positions. If the Red Devils break through, we're finished.
What would you have me do?
Listen carefully. The Redcoats will form firing lines. Order the men to shoot just before the line is ready. Too soon and they'll miss their targets. Too late, and the enemy will open fire first.
Understood.
And if any of those bastards make it through, engage them. You must keep my men alive.
Prepare yourselves.
With Patrick Swayze. Yeah, can't say I've heard of it yet before. To be honest. But there's that line in the first Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and they ask him if he has a plan or something. And Indy's like, I don't know, I'm making this up as I go. I mean, sometimes it can be the best of plan, you know? Because you don't stick to something that might not suit the situation that's happening. But yeah. I guess others might not be able to be as good in improvising as Indy is. James Barrett was a colonel in the rebel militia for Concord and the town's representative in the Boston legislature in the years leading up to the revolution. Barrett didn't exactly want the position at the head of the militia. He was 65 when the war started. He had his pipe and slippers ready and probably just wanted to watch game shows. Unfortunately for him, experienced commanders were in short supply, and Barrett had fought in the French and Indian War, so colonel it was. When the British came to Lexington and Concord looking for rebel weapon cages, troops headed straight to Barrett's farm, where they were told they'd find the majority of the supplies. Of course, by the time they'd arrived, most of the weapons had been removed and hidden elsewhere. Barrett wasn't there either. He was some distance away organizing the militia march on the North Bridge and overseeing the eventual victory at Concord. A TV show from 1985, vintage. Ah, interesting. And Is it like also about the American Civil War, or is it like just the same name as the game? Two friends, one of them, one northern and one southern, struggle to maintain their friendship as events build towards the American Civil War. Ah, that sounds quite interesting, actually. Sounds like something I wouldn't mind watching. But yeah, I can't say I've ever heard of it before or seen it. But yeah, given that it was released in '85, that might be one of the reasons for it.
Wait for the signal. Fire! Make ready. Wait for my signal. My signal. Wait for my signal. Go! Hold fire! Fire! Make ready! Go! Hold fire! Make ready! Fire now! Hold fire! Wait for the signal! Go! Wait for the signal! Wait for my signal. Wait for my go. Hold fire. Shoot. Wait for the signal. Wait for the signal. Make ready. Prepare yourself. Fire! Wait for the signal. Make ready. Shoot! Wait for my signal. Hold fire! Fire now! Wait for my signal. Fall back! Fall back! We did it! They're turning tail!
Takes a true monster to do something like this. At least they're gone.
I should have struck when I had the chance. Do you know where Pitcairn could have gone?
Back into the withered bosom of the British, no doubt. So that he may regroup and plan his next atrocity.
I need to find him. Every day I wait, more will suffer.
Chin up, friend. Many who should have died today now live because of you.
And what of them?
We do the best we can with what we've got.
It is not enough.
It never is.
It's this game in a nutshell, probably for Connor. It's not enough.
For the support of the glorious cause. I beg they will accept my most cordial thanks for this distinguished testimony of their approbation. But lest some unlucky event should happen, unfavorable to my reputation, I beg it may be remembered by every gentleman in the room that I, this day, declare with utmost sincerity, I do not think myself equal to the command I am honored with.
Truly, there is no man better suited to the task.
Really?
That
I
as
can
no
think of several.
pecuniary consideration could have
Charles
tempted me to have
Lee.
accepted this arduous employment. At the
Do I
expense
know
of my
you?
domestic
I would
ease
not
and
expect you
happiness.
to remember.
I do
Come,
not
Connor,
wish to make
there's someone
any
I want you to
profit from
meet.
it. I will keep an exact account of my expenses.
Sorry to pull you away
Those
like that,
I
but
doubt not they
the
will
last thing we
discharge,
need is
and that
the
is
two
all
of
I
you
desire.
coming to blows. Now, Connor, allow me to introduce you to our newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, George Washington.
Ah, so you're the one who saved Sam and John at Lexington.
It was the Patriots who did that. I merely lent support.
As humble as he is brave. We could use more men like you. I'm sorry, but if you'll excuse me, I should attend to Charles over there. He looks none too happy about being passed over for command. It was good to meet you, Connor.
Tell me you have news of Pitcairn.
I'm told he's taken shelter in Boston, where he's guarded by 1,000 redcoats. The only way you're gonna get at him is if we draw him out. Lucky for you, we're launching an offensive against the city in order to do just that. Israel Putnam has been given command of our forces. Present this to him and he'll provide whatever aid you require. You'll find him at the encampment on Bunker Hill.
You have my thanks.
No need. It's the least I could do. Pitcairn's a dangerous man. The sooner we're rid of him, the better.
I would say the same of Charles Lee.
Now that's an altogether different beast. Let us leave it for another day. Best you head to Boston, Connor.
Charles Lee. We finally found him. Yeah, Mita. Fire! Just like his granddad, you know, Connor and Edward. They both love to shout fire. Fire! Well, put it out. I'm on fucking fire. Got me wanting to replay this now. I don't blame you, Rod. Yeah, I've been really looking forward to play this game again. And especially, you know, playing this at the same time as Rogue and Liberation, I always look even more forward to getting to this game again. Because it's just really on another level, you know, narratively and historically. I ring the bell stands there. He's trying to manipulate the bell with his mind. What is your name? Ratona Gedon, but you can call me Spot. That would do it. And yeah, there he is. Charles Bree. Very nice, Amita. That's good to hear, dude. GG's on getting the chores done. That's definitely a good feeling, you know, having all that done and just getting to like sit down and relax. The Continental Congress. You might think of a Continental Congress as a gathering of boring politicians, which it was, but they were also responsible for organizing the revolution and making decisions about the United States government, which also makes them rather dull. Sorry, important. I should actually say the Continental Congresses because there were more than one. The First Continental Congress was convened in 1774 in Philadelphia to oppose the closing of Boston Harbor following the Boston Tea Party, part of the coercive acts. All of the politicians had such a lovely time at the first meeting that they agreed to have another party just exactly like it. And why not? Everyone loves a party, right after the battles at Lexington and Concord. Being men of great imagination, they called this the Second Continental Congress. This was the Congress responsible for writing the Declaration of Independence and forming the Continental Army with George Washington as its commander. So despite their lack of flair for titles, they clearly had some thinkers among them. The Third Continental Congress was convened in 1781. It's sometimes known as the Congress of Confederation, and despite how mind-achingly tedious that sounds, they were responsible for forming a government of a brand new United States. Since getting everyone to agree on how that government should work took some time, the Confederation Congress met over the course of 8 years, ending in 1789, when the Constitution passed and they were replaced by the United States government. Now I've been in some long meetings, but 8 years takes the biscuit. I pity whoever was recording the minutes. Me too, Sean. AC3 would be a welcome chaser after Rogue, definitely. I'm glad that I only have one more mission in Rogue before we're officially done with the game. No worries, Seraph. Catch you when you get back.
Really? No. I had not heard of it. They're a mite on the tardy side to ask it of us at this late juncture, though, aren't they? Don't remind me. A pox on all who think bathing in winter is helpful. A pox on all who bathe in general, I don't know. Must be a fancy French contraption with all the silver chasing. A plain old rattler will do for me anytime. No, I haven't ventured up that far yet. The Ohio country is still a somewhat savage locale for the gentrified likes of me.
The gentrified likes of me.
So, whatever went wrong with that little Irish mop squeezer? I'd heard wedding bells might soon be sounded, and now this.
Still here, are you?
I was just wondering, what happens now?
There's quite a lot to do. Commander Washington must determine when and where we'll strike next. And we need to get to work on our message.
Message?
We must contact the broadsheets at once. Ensure it's clear to everyone that it was the Loyalists who fired first in Lexington.
But no one knows who fired first.
Which is exactly why we must spread the news quickly. We'll determine public opinion.
This seems dishonest.
Perhaps, but so what? People must believe we acted in self-defense, else we've committed treason.
But you have.
Better to bow and scrape before a tyrant, then? Is that what you suggest?
No, of course not. No one should be denied freedom. And yet, to change the truth, it seems a dangerous road to travel.
Understand, Connor. This is a war fought not just on the battlefield, but within hearts and minds as well. There's nothing wrong with a bit of theater, especially if it saves lives.
Especially if it saves Patriot lives, not English lives, it is. But it's quite interesting, you know, how both sides use this to their advantage of like who fired first. You know, the Patriots being, of course, convinced and also being in their advantage that they just fired back and, you know, it was out of self-defense. And vice versa. And then later, you know, have him arguing for Pitcairn, of course, and in a way the British side. You know, he's kind of like blaming the Patriots for firing first and starting the revolution, you know. So it's definitely used as a propaganda tool on either side.
Can't pronounce half the bloody names. I'm half convinced they make it up to just confuse well-meaning Englishmen and divert themselves.
I've never seen it done that way. I can't fathom how that'd work, to tell you the truth. But she's a bright lass, I don't doubt it.
Fences, traps, a guard dog, even a rather belligerent cat. I consulted all the experts and still have no solution.
Pox on all who bathe in general. I think he will be the one with some kind of pox on him if he doesn't bathe.
Right across the enclosure. A sly bastard.
He doesn't bathe, he only takes eau de toilette and parfum. He's doing it the French way. And Haven dares to accuse Connor of starting the war like he personally started it or something. Yeah. Yeah, that's also kind of like stupid, you know, because it would make more sense if he just blamed the Patriots, you know, in general, in Connor fighting with him, but he's definitely more personally addressing Connor as well.
Nah, I think it was the consumption. It took a heavy toll throughout that village about 5 or 6 years ago, as I recall.
Alrighty, so the next missions take place in June already of 75. Ah yeah, and now we also have the Siege of Boston, which takes place over almost an entire year. The Siege of Boston began right after the battles of Lexington and Concord. The colonial militia who had gathered to stop the British raids followed the British army to Boston and camped outside, bottling British troops and their loyalist allies in the city. At the time, Boston was a peninsula, attached to the mainland by a thin strip of land known as the Boston Neck. With this blocked, land access to the city was cut off. The siege lasted for most of the year, with only one major battle, Bunker Hill. But, as with most sieges, it took a toll on the city of Boston. There were shortages, particularly of firewood, and many buildings were torn down to be used as fuel. Of course, the British targeted any rebel-associated buildings for destruction. As a result, things like the Liberty Tree and the pews from the Old South Meeting House ended up inside a fireplace. The siege ended shortly after the rebels attacked and fortified Dorchester Heights to the south of Boston, giving them the ability to fire on the harbor. Boston's governor decided to evacuate rather than to fight, and on March 17th, loyalist ships sailed out of the city. March 17 is now known as Evacuation Day and is a holiday in some parts of Massachusetts. The fact that it's also St. Patrick's Day is mere coincidence, though it is said that in ancient Gaelic, evacuation means drinking as many pints as possible and being sick in a bin. So you never know. Consumption, there was another name for TP, you think? Ah, really? Huh, interesting. I didn't know that. Those kind of seeds smell. I think they do, yeah. Just a little bit. Okay, we're actually gonna go back to Boston, because now's the time that we're gonna recruit the third assassin in Boston. Which is Clipper Wilkinson. And speaking of assassins, we have now Quebec taken over here. Time to also take over New Hampshire. We still have to try stockpile. We failed this like 2 or 3 times now. That's a job for Duncan here. And then we're gonna focus on Rhode Island next. new regiment. James Mitchell Varman is trying to form a regiment of Rhode Island rebels. Give him the knowledge and training he needs to gather and lead men into battle, and he might prove a valuable asset. Quebec taken over. Make a good game, please. I wouldn't mind taking Quebec over in that sense. Forcing them to actually do like relevant lore.
If your joints excruciate, ears sanguinate, or feet distend and stupefy, you have
Okay, so we're gonna focus on this region here. That's the one that hasn't been liberated yet. Speaking of Ubisoft Quebec, if anyone is interested in the game Immortals Phoenix Rising, which is a game they developed after Odyssey, and which also focuses on kind of like, you know, ancient Greece and like mythological things and has some Zelda Breath of the Wild elements, then I think currently you can still grab it for free on Ubisoft for like any console or PC really. If anyone is interested in those kind of games.
Let's keep your distance.
You're dead!
Actually, hold on. Before we go ahead and do more contracts here, I'm gonna actually talk to Clipper first. Introduce ourselves a bit.
A respected advocate taken out.
Why not try Bailey's Pale Ale? Available in the city's finest public house.
Nice. Stefan was successful. War has come to Rhode Island. The revolution would touch Rhode Island's territory as well. The War Council has however left the colony to its own defenses, leaving the 1st Rhode Island Regiment to protect the city of Newport and Akadnik Island. Give them your support.
Don't mean to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice what you've done. Real good of you.
What is happening here?
Regulars have taken to conscribing the young ones around here. It's not right. I was thinking that maybe we could do some good together, if you had the time.
What would you have me do?
More of the same, actually. I got a plan cooking, but the folks need to know they've got someone to turn to. Find me when you're done. There's still conscribing kids all over. But I wager you've been off frying bigger fish.
Nah, dude, I've got you. And I'll work on it right away.
What's he on?
Bemused?
No, that's entertainment.
The Liberty Tree. The first protest over the Stamp Act met under this tree in August of 1765. Shortly afterward, a plaque was nailed to the tree calling it the Liberty Tree. Some say the name was meant to discourage violence from the crowds that met there, but that would be like naming a battlefield Happy Glade Smile Farm and just crossing your fingers. Eventually a flagpole was installed on the tree, and the flag flown to summon people to meetings. And popular figures were hung in effigy from the tree's branches. The Sons of Liberty also used to issue summons to the tree for supposed crimes, as in supporting unpopular British decrees like the Stamp Act and the Tea Act. The idea caught on elsewhere. Other towns designated their own Liberty trees or put up Liberty poles. In New York there was an ongoing battle between the Sons of Liberty, who kept putting the poles up, and the British authority, who kept taking them down, like an angry couple who can't decide whether the toilet seat should be up or down. True to the British penchant for destroying anything the rebels loved, soldiers and loyalists chopped down this tree during the siege in 1775. It was used as firewood, which was in short supply. Modern-day Boston has a plaque over the tree's former location, but the tree itself has never been replaced. So much for environmental sustainability. So I reckon it's this one? It's like right in the middle of the street here. It seems like. Also bareback.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Alrighty, let's do some liberating.
Let's go now! Keep up! Piss off! This is military business.
I'll be grateful. Thanks.
Golden guinea for any.
In the name of the king! Leave me be! I never agreed to be a soldier. They're off my back for now. I thank you for that.
Imagine that, just walking around being chased by an army recruiter. So I get back here, or I shoot ya. Then I still can't conscribe you, but you also won't get away. Beacon Hill. Perhaps predictably, Beacon Hill gets its name because the Puritan settlers placed a beacon on the hilltop. Beacon here essentially meant a bucket full of pitch hanging from a pole. The idea being it could be lit to warm the countryside if a town was attacked. Simple, effective, and never actually used. The hill is shorter today than it used to be. The top of it was carted off to fill in a mill pond. This had the advantage of making the hilltop easier to build on and creating more land at Mill Pond, a 2-for-1 deal for developers. Beacon Hill became the place to live in Boston after the new Massachusetts State House opened here in 1790. Developers created upscale housing on the south side of the hill, which overlooks the Boston Common. The north side of the hill had been settled earlier and was much less posh, sometimes going by the evocative nickname of Mount Hordem. What a magical address. George Washington, ever the politician, would refer to it in one of his letters as Mount Horem. Well, that sounds more like an instruction than a place. You're doing your Christmas shopping? Very nice, Eline. Definitely hope that it won't be, you know, too busy and stressful. I reckon many people are out now and about getting their first presents. Oh shit. Maybe I should have looked where the haystack was. Haystacks are overrated, especially if you want to do a leap of fail. Pro tip, don't die. Keep your health bar above 0 to not die.
This won't.
Finish him. Finish him already. Okay, I have to do everything myself, I guess. Okay, that's the conscription liberation missions completed. Oh yeah, and we finally succeeded with the stockpile mission here. So we have one more left here in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is free. After finding out Charles Lee was seeing to the gathering of all New Hampshire munitions and returning it to where it came from, New Hampshire is free of Templar grasp for now. Return there periodically and maintain a watchful eye. Well, the more you know. Charles Lee was at New Hampshire. That's where he was. Dangerous letters. After difficulties with the French fleet during the Battle of Rhode Island, General Sullivan has sent a scathing letter to Boston reporting on the French involvement, or lack thereof. Catch up with the Admiral Charles Hector, Comte d'Estaing, and convince him to be the bigger man. The Patriots can't afford to lose the support of France. No worries whatsoever, Amita. Thank you for being here and for joining us today. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and thank you for the lurk. And let me also give you a shout out. For anyone who hasn't checked out Amita's channel before, then can definitely recommend doing so. He's playing a bunch of different games at the moment. He just recently finished Cyberpunk 2077, doing a full completionist run with that game. And he's also a big fan of, other narratively driven games, including the Assassin's Creed series, but also the Witcher games. And at the moment he's playing the Halo Master Chief Collection for the first time, playing like all the games in there. So if you want to check it out, then definitely have a look at Amita's link there in chat. And no worries, Amita, for the shout out. Catch you next time, and thanks again for the lurk.
Ja, und schnell. You there, stop.
Appreciate it, friend. But I'm sure we'll be back.
I don't want to die! Leave me alone!
That dodge always feels seems the worst sort of a cat. The type to stab you. You think the rules are as there.
Anyway, this realm is field to receive the utmost punishment of the law as reward. You are warned.
Alrighty. So, that opens up now the liberation mission for Clipper Wilkinson to recruit him to the Assassin Brotherhood. Martial law.
Welcome to the Regulars, the most feared, respected, and revered fighting force on God's green earth. Some of you are here by choice, others not. Regardless of the circumstances of your joining us, you are all brothers now. And the only way you have a chance of surviving is if you trust your brothers. One weak link can kill a whole squad on the field. I want you to think about that long and hard.
That's one of them that's responsible for this. Rounding up the young ones and shipping them off. We need to put an end to it.
What is your plan?
Kill him, then the rest, and set all them boys free?
It's a good plan, but it lacks detail. How is your aim with that rifle?
Can pop a muskrat's head from a quarter mile 9 times out of 10, and the 10's a misfire.
That should do. Cover me from up there.
A lot of you will be getting on that ship and setting off for a different sort of training. Understand? You've been selected, not for your talents or fighting prowess, but because of the way you think. You will soon find out what all this means, but know, it is a great honor. Some of you won't make it. Others will rise to new heights. Either way, you will give your life to a new cause.
I want to use my snipe ability. Ah yeah, there we have it now. Marksman.
I'm not looking for any trouble! Leave me be! I've got to get away! Give it away!
We assassins strive for peace through freedom, and the Templars, they want only to control.
Well, I'm for freedom, I know that much. If your order needs a good rifle, sign me up.
And there we go. Got our third assassin to our brotherhood. And the unique ability now as well with the marksman.
You do not partake?
No, sir. I need to stay sharp in case you call upon my rifle. Spirits do me in right quick. Drank half a flask of rum out in the bush with my brothers a few years back. I went for a run in the buff before I found myself rolling around in deer scat being sick all over. I don't want to go there again. No, thank you.
Smart choice, given the circumstances.
I want to fight like you someday.
You have everything it takes to be a great assassin.
And that means something coming from you.
Where did you learn to shoot like you do?
Ranging with my dad and brothers in Virginia country. My family's been surveying and prospecting out there since my grandpappy.
How did you end up here?
I'm the youngest of 4 brothers. I was always gonna be a runner-up with them, so I set off alone to do my own business. Out west of Ohio's territory that no man of the colonies ever trodden. Figured I could find contracts out of New York. Then the war started.
And you sided with the Patriots?
Not really. My family's for the king. I just don't like seeing boys forced to fight against their will is all. But I know that I want to be free. For all to be free. If that means I'm a patriot, I guess I am.
You are an assassin. nothing else.
That I am. I'm proud of it.
It's good that Connor says that, because the assassins shouldn't really side with, you know, anyone like that, really. Like, sometimes, you know, a certain side becomes their ally for a while, but they shouldn't just act out of loyalty towards, you know, a nation or something, if it doesn't make sense. Okay, so I'm just gonna check on my other assassin recruits here for more dialogues.
Are they not appetizing?
To business.
Okay, we have a bit of money, so like anything we might wanna buy here. I definitely wanna have a trinket map. I already have it. Right, because some trinkets didn't appear, but I think it's because it was like an unfogged areas. Fair enough. Okay, in that case we're good here. I don't really care too much for outfits at the moment because they don't change during cutscenes, unfortunately, in this game, so I think I'm just gonna keep it with a classic look here for most of the playthrough. Yeah, we could actually get a heavy weapon here. Let's go for the French Naval X here. After France lost the 7 Years' War, they decided to invest more in the Royal Marines. Conversely, the British Empire, which had won, let its ships decay. This weapon's quality exemplifies the determination of a nation to rise anew. Let's also get the Stonehead War Club. The Stone-headed war clubs have a handle carved from wood or bone with a striking piece of stone attached to the head. They can incapacitate enemies and put them in agonizing pain. Inflicting a final blow while your opponent is on the ground will surely finish them off for good. The Stone-headed war club is popular for both clashing at war and for dancing at ceremonies. Perfect. That reminds me of 10,000 BC with Far Cry Primal. It was like one of the first weapons you could actually get for yourself. That and, you know, spears, of course. Kind of interesting, we can actually use a rapier, you know, given how long the blade actually is. But yeah, let's actually get one. The French rapier is made of a slight blade which ends on a very pointy, piercing tip. The characteristic hilt of the rapier is well decorated, but still protects the wielder's hand properly. Even though the blade's edges are sharp enough for some mischief, though using the point is still the best technique. Okay, let's also refill on some resources here at the homestead. Oh damn, look at this, we can actually craft something. A lot of the crafting is kind of dependent on Lance and Big Dave, who aren't really, you know, at high level or even available yet. But we can cook some food. In this case, jagged hair. Costs even more every time I craft it. The fuck? Why does it cost more every time? I don't think there was a thing in the remaster, was it now? Or whatever. But yeah, it's increasing by $25 every time. Interesting. We could also make some smoked elk meat here. But to be fair, at the moment it's not really necessary to craft too much either. Because we don't have a land convoy at the moment, nor can we craft one, so... We still have to kind of wait with the economy system here, since we haven't done the necessary homestead missions yet, to really take full advantage of it. I have this Green Dragon Tavern. This is where Haven stayed with the Templars. And we can loot the money that he left behind, which is 198 bucks. Not too much. But hey, I didn't really expect too much either from Haven. To leave for Connor. Okay, so all my assassins are back now. Let's recheck in the tavern if he now spawned or not. But no, we have listened to all the dialogue here apparently. In that case, let's check the last liberation contract here. Love Haven, but he's such a prick. Yeah, same here. I do really like his character a lot. But I can't say that I find him a very pleasant human being a lot of the time. But doesn't need to be that for me to, you know, still like his character though. Okay, nothing here either. That means we have triggered off the optional dialogue we have so far for our assassins. And we can go back to the frontier.
I need some assistance over here!
Have you lost your witch?
What are you trying to do? These beautiful daughters! By what asked the offer? You've lost your senses. If you're not... Impudent, sir.
Fresh from the garden. Come and see.
I am having many things. Please show yourself. Are you mad?
Hello there, Pearly Snow. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. And how was the stream today? We're playing a bit more AC3. Carrying on with the Historic Order run. And yeah, we have now officially started with the American Revolution. We have the first major battle between the English and or the British and the Patriots. Hello over OG Gunner, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining in with a raid. Hope you had a good time over at Pearly's stream. And hello over Pearly Snow, welcome in. Thank you again so much for the raid. How was your stream today? Did you play more Clair Obscur? Lots of parrying happened. Hell yeah. That's always good, you know, when the parries happen instead of not happening. That's really cool. So, what content did you play today? Did you do like main story stuff, or did you kind of like did more exploration? But yeah, such a great game. I've been actually having the itch again to revisit Clair Obscur. Not with a new playthrough, but just getting back into my old game save that I finished like 2 to 3 months ago. And trying to get closer to the 100%. I guess all we kind of like talk about it recently with the Game Awards and stuff has kind of like gotten me back in the mood. But also seeing you play the game a little bit again. Because I haven't really watched anyone else play it since then. You have an itch to restart Expedition 33? I don't blame you. Yeah, I mean you could also do like a New Game Plus run. That might also be fun. You're still doing side quests and ended up fighting Gorgra? Oh, very nice. How did that go? Did you beat her? I tried fighting Gorgra like early on in the game when you first meet her and she just kicked my ass. And I haven't actually revisited her since then.
Whoa.
But yeah, so for anyone who missed the shout out earlier, definitely highly recommend checking out Pearly Snow if you haven't before. Really great streamer, very entertaining and chill and fun times over there. Currently doing a playthrough of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. An amazing game, if I might say so. Definitely enjoyed it quite a bit myself. And yeah, if you want to check it out, then she's playing it at the moment. You feel like you'll be replaying Expedition 33 many times. It's definitely one of those games where you could, you know, really approach it from different angles. Maybe limit yourself in certain ways or, you know, using very specific playstyles. It would still kind of like make it feel like a unique feel. So there was 2 occasions of Gorgra today. One was side quest related and that were eventually okay. When you went to fight her again in the village, so difficult. Yeah, that's the thing sometimes with like bosses reappearing in like side quests. Since they might be scaled differently, they still have like the same moveset I guess, but maybe different kind of like, you know, stats to like how much damage they're dealing. But yeah, the real Gorgra is another beast entirely. A solo parry only run? That sounds insane. And also on expert difficulty. So the time window is like not as forgivable and the punishment is even greater. I'm not sure if I have the endurance for that one.
I'm looking for Israel Putnam.
On whose orders?
Samuel Adams.
Follow me.
The way he talks. Follow me. With like this really deep,
It's not Bunker Hill.
raspy voice.
It's Breach. There's been some disagreement as to where we should encamp.
Any news from Boston?
Yeah, AC's going pretty good. We had a bit of a short streaming break since I was like away on like a trip. But it's definitely good to be back at it and carrying on and forward. We're now about more than halfway through the main story, I would say. And we're really getting into the like starting events of the American Revolution now. With this current quest actually being one of them, the Battle of Bunker Hill. But yeah, it's been definitely good to get to play more of it. And this is also one of my more favorite AC games. So it definitely has even more allure for me. Bunker Hill was one of the first battles of the Revolutionary War. Technically, the rebels lost, but it was a Pyrrhic victory for the British. Let me set this up a bit. There were two places where rebel forces would have been able to mount attacks on British-occupied Boston. One was the Charlestown Peninsula to the north, the other was Dorchester Heights to the south. When rumors started the British were going to fortify the hills around Charlestown, the rebels decided to act. By which I mean do something, not put on a little play. On the night of June 16th, 1775, troops under the command of William Prescott sneaked onto the peninsula, occupied Bunker Hill, and built fortifications on Breed's Hill. It was a tactically terrible choice. Breed's Hill was easier for enemies to climb, much more open to attack, and close enough to the British ships in the harbor to come under fire. In fact, Prescott's orders were to fortify Bunker Hill. It's uncertain why he made the switch. Maybe he had trouble with B words, like bunker and breeds. He probably thought he was fighting against the Belgians, not the Brits. Fortunately for the rebel army, it seemed the British were almost as tactically inept as they were. When General Howe landed troops at Moulton's Hill, he waited for reinforcements, rather than attacking immediately. This gave the rebel forces time to shore up their fortifications. When Howe finally did attack, he divided his forces, expecting the disorganized rebel army to fall before him, which it didn't. In fact, the British forces attacked and retreated twice before winning the day, after they had received more reinforcements and the rebels were mostly out of ammunition. The casualty reports are telling: 228 British soldiers dead, including many of the officers, and more than 800 injured. On the rebel side, 301 injuries and 140 deaths. The Continental Army had shown they could hold their own against the better trained British army, and it's hard to say which side was more surprised by that. It still surprises me to this day.
Tories aren't moving, and any time we try to press them, we lose a dozen.
Hello there, King Udon. Welcome in.
And the others plan to assemble artillery on these hills. A good shelling might make the Redcoats rethink their strategy.
And what of John Pitcairn?
That bastard's the cagiest of the bunch. He's appeared time to taunt us or send regards by way of cannon fire. It's all right, though. He'll have what's coming to him soon enough. Putnam's just up ahead. You can't it.
Hello there, Chaotic Assassin. Welcome in, dude. Other than the long intro, this is one of your favorites too. Happy playing Assassin, brother. Thank you so much, Chaotic. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, I definitely agree, you know, it takes a long time before you really get to play, you know, properly in the open world into like side activities and all that. I mean, 3 sequences alone are, you know, dedicated to a character you don't even get to play for the rest of the game. And then it takes another 3, you know, sequences as Connor to really get things rolling. But yeah, at the same time, I also definitely like how much time it's taking to introduce certain, you know, antagonists early on. It does add a bit of weight, I think, to the backstories of the characters. But it is a long process. It definitely is.
I don't care much for your excuses, gentlemen. We should be building on Bunker Hill. Breeze is closer to the city, but it is also closer to their artillery! I ordered men so divorced from the city.
Bunker Hill. This is the largest hill on the Charlestown Peninsula and the closest to the mainland. During the Battle of Bunker Hill, rebel reinforcements arriving on the Charlestown Peninsula headed to Bunker Hill, but weren't sure what to do once they got there. Rather than joining the battle which was raging on Breed's Hill nearby, they wandered aimlessly around Bunker Hill, so disorganized they hadn't even brought a picnic. Pity for them. Israel Putnam was here attempting to direct troops, giving valuable instructions such as the famous "Don't fire until you see the whites of our eyes," which he probably said several times to anyone who would listen, and to be fair, it's a pretty great quote. That seems to be the only one of his directions that stuck. Many of his other orders were either misunderstood or deliberately disobeyed. Given the disorganized state of the Continental Army at the time, it was probably a little bit of both. Bit of a time period this game is about. It's a really interesting and very important time period for sure. For modern history, you know, like definitely kickstarting quite a few developments also within Europe. But it's really cool how many Assassin's Creed games are kind of like set around this time frame. And also how close, for example, AC3 and Unity are and how they are connected between the American and the French Revolution. Yeah, for sure, Chaotic. It's like a very long process, but it definitely also has a purpose. But kind of like pays off eventually. But yeah, especially when replaying the game, you know, sometimes you just want to get to the, you know, like gameplay part. Okay, we're gonna read up on Clipper after this mission. After we're done with the Battle of Bunker Hill.
What's not to understand? I'm trying to ensure our victory! What would you know about victory? I killed a sea-wolf in her den armed with only a knife. I escaped the Kanawanga Indians who sought to burn me alive. And I was the sole survivor of a shipwreck during the Battle of Havana. So you will excuse me if I choose not to follow.
Horsey. Are you alright? Is that the infamous horse gem? Is either panicking or really enjoying this whole battle here?
Bunker Hill! Good save, gentlemen!
General Putnam.
What?
I'm looking for John Pitcairn. I was told you would be able to help me find him.
He's stuck away inside that city with no reason to leave. As long as that ship continues its assault, we'll never flush him out.
But if the ship was silenced...
Oh, that poor John might be forced to get off his arse and come forward.
I shall fly this flag to signal my success.
And I shall speak fondly of you at your funeral.
Kind of like funny, you know, how there's like cannon fire everywhere and Putnam and Connor couldn't care less about it. Putnam like a weapon? Yeah, that's right. Isn't there a weapon called Putnam? Let's see if the database entry maybe talks about it. Israel Putnam, more affectionately known as Old Put, is something of a legendary figure in the Revolutionary War history, and possibly its best known soldier, a bit of a folk hero, if you will. Putnam was born in Massachusetts, but later moved to Connecticut to take up farming. He's credited with killing the last wolf in the colony and crawling into its den with a musket, a torch, and a rope tied around his feet so he could be pulled back out. He really didn't like wolves. Oh, and I believe I mentioned he was a folk hero. That's only part of it. He joined the colonial militia during the French and Indian War, where he earned a reputation for bravery and inspiring the soldiers around him. He was captured by a group of Kaninkaaka in 1758 and rescued just before he was to be executed. In 1762, he was shipwrecked in Cuba while on a campaign there where, you'll love this, he learned about cigars. He became a habitual smoker and is credited with introducing the cigar to the colonies. After the war ended, Putnam returned to Connecticut, where he was a vocal opponent of the British tax policies that led to the Revolution. He founded the Connecticut branch of the Sons of Liberty, and when he heard about the Battle of Lexington and Concord, he immediately signed up for the Continental Army and was named Brigadier General of the Connecticut Forces. He commanded troops of Bunker Hill, and the near success of rebels there sealed his reputation. Washington had high hopes for Putnam as a leader, and he was named Washington's second in command in New York just prior to the Battle of Long Island. Unfortunately, Putnam was a good soldier but a poor tactician. The battle at Long Island was a rout. Putnam fared no better at his next post guarding forts on the Hudson River, where he was outmatched by General Henry Clinton. After that, Putnam requested to be assigned to recruitment, and Washington agreed. Still, at least he had cigars. I'm surprised there wasn't one on his Animus database picture there. Charlestown is the name of both a small town to the north of Boston and the peninsula it sits on. The peninsula was the site of the Battle of Bunker Hill, which was sometimes called the Battle of Charlestown, since the fighting did span across more than one hill. This is also where Paul Revere started his well-known midnight ride, which I still think sounds more like something you'd do with a lady. As to the town of Charlestown, well, while it was established prior to 1775, little of it survived the Battle of Bunker Hill. Continental Army snipers were stationed here to harass British troops, and the British set fire to the town to root them out. Most of the buildings were razed, and the rest was burned during a raid in January 1776. The only part of the town to survive, the war, was a street layout. Charlestown was rebuilt, however, and it's now part of Boston. Connor asking everyone in Charlestown, Where is Shards? He crossed the Shards River. But where he is, I have no idea. Okay, that was a bit annoying. I was like locked in that animation and I got detected while it was happening. I thought I would get like immunity if I get triggered. That was a smoke bomb, dude. You shouldn't be able to see that, should he? What happens within the smoke bomb? But yeah, this is one of those optional objectives that breaks people in this game. Try to 100% it because staying stealthy on these ships is a bit tricky considering how, you know, close of a space they are. In fact, you also have to air assassinate a grenadier is kind of like a bit over the top. what the fuck? How quickly did they spot me there? Got ice in my back. Just follow the trail of bodies.
Get back here, you clockbot!
Oh, come on now. Of course he like starts detecting me while I'm planting this. So I feel like this is actually more difficult in the OG version because I don't remember this happening in the remaster. And I had to play that mission quite a few times in the remaster version. Okay, nice. We got it finally. Yeah, this is by far one of the trickiest full sync requirements that the game has to offer. But there's still one naval mission that might top it. Breed's Hill. Technically, the Battle of Bunker Hill could have been called the Battle of Breed's Hill. This is where the Continental Army built their main fortifications, and so most of the fighting happened here. Breed's Hill had only one thing to recommend it over Bunker Hill. It was closer to Boston, which made it easier to fire artillery at the city. Though of course one disadvantage of the situation was that it was also a lot easier for Boston to fire back. Nobody knows why William Prescott chose the spot over Bunker Hill. It's possible that since he was working on fortifications in the dark, Prescott didn't realize how vulnerable the hill actually was until the sun rose, by which point it was a little too late to up and move. I imagine that was probably quite an awkward moment. It's like, oh fuck, they're right in range for cannon fire.
They've better numbers, you say. Better weapons, better training. But I do not fear. And neither should you. For what they have in material, they lack conviction and care. But not us. We have discipline. We have order. And most importantly, we have passion. We believe. So maintain vigilance, conserve your ammo, ensure a proper line of sight, and above all else, men, do not fire until you see the whites of their eyes.
You have order, Cesare. The Templar Order.
Well, I'll be damned. Did it.
That was quite a speech.
Lies, all of it, I'm afraid. Still, such words have carried us thus far.
And what of Pitcairn?
He's left Boston, as I said he would, and set up camp on Molten Hill. There's no good way to get at him. Not with that maelstrom roaring down below. I suppose you could circle around a bit, and wait for us to thin their ranks.
There is no time. I will have to chance a direct approach.
That's twice today you proposed the impossible.
I see no other choice.
Not because you're mad as a March hare, son.
I expect an apology at my return.
Molten's Hill. The lowest hill on the Charlestown Peninsula, standing at 32 feet or about 10 meters high, it is sometimes referred to as Molten Hill or Molten's Point. This is where General Howe's troops landed during the Battle of Bunker Hill. Boston is actually on the opposite side of the peninsula, but Howe took the longer route round to outflank the revolutionaries on the left side. That was his excuse for taking the long route anyway, and he was sticking to it. However, Howe made a mistake when he arrived. He saw Continental troops on Bunker Hill and assumed they were newly arrived reinforcements. They were mostly just confused and milling around like aimless youths outside a shopping mall. Howe halted to wait for his own reinforcements, which gave the Continental Army time to shore up weak spots in their defenses. This made the battle much longer and more difficult than it might have been. It also means there was an advantage to the chaos in the Continental Army that they managed to confuse the enemies as well as themselves. It's not a bad tactic. To this day, if anyone starts on me, I just spin around and shout about tayboats until they're too confused and embo off. Yeah, just confuse the enemy. It's the best tactic. An update here for John Pitcairn. It is historically debated whether Pitcairn went to Lexington and Concord to seize rebel weapon stores or to find and arrest John Hancock and Samuel Adams, who were hiding in Lexington at the time. Possibly it was a little bit of both. Pitcairn's story is that he wanted to find Adams and Hancock to negotiate with him, and he would have been the ideal person to do it. I'm still puzzled as to why he'd try negotiating a truce with an army at his back though. It sort of sends the wrong message, don't you think?
Why did you do this?
To protect Adams and Hancock and those they serve. You meant to kill them.
Kill them? Are you mad? I wanted only to parley. There was so much to discuss, to explain. You've put an end to that now.
If you speak true, then I will carry your last words to them.
They must lay down their arms. They must stop this war.
Why them and not the Redcoats?
Do you not think we asked the same question of the British? These things take time. And it would have succeeded had you let me play my part.
Part of the puppeteer.
But better we hold the strings than another.
No, the strings should be severed. All should be free.
And we should live forever on castles in the sky. You wield your blade like a man, but your mouth like a child. And more will die now. Because of that.
Sahoin jänerenne on teenam da settakwe. Tini on ne jaho teena tam da settakwe.
How dare you sneak up on me like that? Why don't you just go out there and just help this camp retreat? Don't ever do that again, you hear me? God damn it!
General Putnam.
You live.
The same cannot be said for Pitcairn.
Well done, I suppose. But it matters little now. I'm ordering a full retreat. We have lost too many in exchange for too little. If the Tories want this hill so badly, let them have it. Boston is the true prize.
We have a bigger problem.
What do you mean? This can't be right. It says they plan to murder Washington.
Oh yeah, full sync. Can also be tricky there with not get detected while assassinating. Sometimes you might be detected in the last possible second when you fail the objective.
My enemy is tenacious. When money failed them, they took to force. But I have slain Johnson and Pitcairn both, ending their plots. George Washington now rallies the colonists and their march towards freedom begins in earnest. Little wonder, then, that the Templars now want him dead. They seek to reshape this land into something cold and ordered, something soulless. And he is an obstacle. I must save him, that his cause can flourish and my people remain safe. But the more I prod, the greater the chance I am discovered. The Templars believe their men lost the revolution. In their eyes, the assassins are gone and scattered, no longer a threat. But I fear they will soon discover the truth, and me along with it. I must tread carefully.
Okay, so this is another confusion where the game says the year is 1776, but this is again proven to be false. According to the initial database, kind of like a really extensive project Ubisoft had running for a while, it actually states the correct date, which is in August of 75. So we haven't reached the next year just yet. But yeah, it happens quite often in this game actually that the displayed year isn't actually matching the correct year.
How fares the hunt, Connor?
There is progress, but I worry it is not enough.
You must strike where you need it most. What if you pursued Charles Lee and your father? What then of Paul Revere and the soldiers at Lexington?
Soldiers? There were no soldiers in those towns, only men and women who were forced to defend themselves.
Is this not why you fight?
Where are you, Charles?
To protect your people? Your struggle is the colonist struggle. In helping one, you help the other.
Encouraging words from one who thought mine a fool's errand.
Make no mistake, I still do. But I can't help but feel some pride in your success.
And why should I give you any credit?
Then don't. But first, Return the robe and the blade and the darts and all of the years of training and knowledge I have bestowed upon you. Return these, and then your words may have some merit.
Or you could just admit that you are wrong.
Oh, child, please, you've killed 2 men. One more salesman than soldier. You're gonna have to try a lot harder than that to impress me.
Is that so, old man? Or perhaps we should step outside. I will gladly demonstrate how easily I could trounce.
Connor, this is Benjamin Talmadge. His father was one of us, no need for secrecy. I think he has something he wants to say.
Achilles tells me you've uncovered a plot to murder the Commander-in-Chief.
Yes, but I have only false starts and dead ends to show for it.
Not anymore, my friend. Thomas Hickey's your man, and I aim to help you catch him.
How?
I'll explain on the way. You and I are going to New York.
Hello, Vashilla. Welcome in, dude. And good day to you. Well, welcome back, I should say. We did speak earlier. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome also to all the raiders. How did Ghost of Tsushima go? How far are you now with the game? I think you reached the 3rd act already, haven't you? Hello there, AC as well. Welcome in, dude. Thank you for joining in with the raid. And how's it going today? And for anyone who hasn't checked out Shilla's channel yet, definitely recommend doing so. He's doing his first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. And yeah, playing a bit of that. He's also a huge fan of the Assassin's Creed games and definitely playing those on a regular basis. And in other game series you will also often see other Dark Pictures games as well. Or games from Supermassive in general. So yeah, definitely check out Shilla's channel if you haven't before. And a very sort of a shout out Ivar Shilla. Elena will never get old, I'm afraid. It definitely doesn't. At least for me it doesn't. Especially with the different variations of Connor asking for Chardsley. Hello Vazom, welcome in. And yeah, it's going pretty good. Had a good stream today with AC3. We just finished with Sequence 7, so next time we're making our way slowly but surely to New York. How's your day going? Shall I go to Sushi when well? You're in the middle of Act 3. You can fast travel to any region again. Finish most side quests and liberated 7 Mongol camps in the last region. Very nice progress, dude. Definitely sounds like you're gonna get finished soon then. I really like how distinguishable the 3 different acts are and also the regions they take place in. Also a nice change of pace, you know, having like this really cold and snowy environments in the north. Connor will end up in jail. He definitely will very soon. Once he finds Thomas Hickey. Next time? Indeed. Yeah, this is actually gonna be where we'll call it for today as well. Now that we have finished Sequence 7, it's a perfect stopping point, and then next time we can start off with some side content and more Homestead stuff before heading to New York. But yeah, we're now 40% synced with the game total. And now Sequence 7 finished, which means only 5 more sequences. I would say we're definitely more than halfway through now, because we're not actually doing like everything, you know, 100% according to the game. But there's still a couple of side quests that we have to get into. Now that we also have reached the year 75, this is also now the point where we start actually doing some more naval missions. So that also means we're gonna get started on the chase next time and try to find Nicholas Biddle. And then we're also gonna get started on the privateer contracts. There's quite a few here. But yeah, that will happen next time, because for today, this is also gonna be where I will call it for today. Sorry for the timing, Schiller. But yeah, I'm gonna go and make some dinner here soon. I'm starving. Thank you again so much for the raid, dude, and for bringing your people over. And yeah, if you want, we can have a look together. Who's online? We could maybe raid ourselves here. Oh, and by the way, how did Dortmund play today? Did they win? Ah, very cool. I was actually hoping for Maxi to be online and starting to play Watch Dogs 2. It's his first ever playthrough of the game, and I'm definitely looking forward to see how he's actually liking it. You too, Zomp. Thank you for joining, and I hope you have a great rest of your day as well. Schiller 3-3, you're leading 2-1, 2-0, got 2 goals, scored in the 89th minute, just conceded another one in the 91th minute. Ah, Jesus. At that point, you really have to just take it home, you know, whatever it takes. But to concede another goal, like, so soon afterwards, I can only imagine how that felt. But sounds like a really fun game from like a neutral perspective. I'm looking forward to see the recap and the highlights of it. Typical Dortmund, a bunch of idiots. yeah, that's just one of those games you have to take home, for sure. No worries whatsoever for the stream, Rod. Thank you for being here, and thank you again so much for the raid as well. We're gonna check out how Maxi is doing with Watch Dogs 2. Definitely cool to see him start the game now. We're kind of like talking about it earlier. That he was like thinking about giving it a go. But yeah, let's start the raid over to Maxi. If you want to join us with a raid over to Maxi, feel free to copy and paste these raid emotes. Thanks again everyone so much for joining us today for another part of AC3. The next one is gonna focus entirely on AC3 as well, I reckon. But very soon we're gonna switch over to some Liberation again, and also Rogue and Unity for that, you know, crossover mission as well. That's happening in 76. So we're getting quite close to that too. Thanks again also to all the raids today. Thank you Schiller, Pearly and Rod for the raids. And Oliver, thank you again for the resub. And thanks also again for the follow too. Really appreciate it, and I hope everyone has a good rest of the day and weekend. Not sure if we're gonna be on tomorrow. That kind of depends. I'm gonna keep that open. But yeah, we might. So yeah, I hope everyone has a good rest of the day. And I will catch you next time with more Looking for Charles Lee.